Shall we get started?
Yeah, just give me 1 minute, please. All right. Yes, let's get started. All right, guys. Everybody, good morning. It is first day of open house, so welcome to everybody that's joining us. Um, we are gonna do a few things. We're gonna first go through the gamma landscape, look at SPX, ES, overnight action, and then we'll get into some individual names. We do have a watch list in the commentary channel. Be sure to go there and check it out. You're in Discord. You're looking at Matei's screen that's being shared, and then you always have access to WAP as well. So in WAP, you can actually scroll through the different desktops. Look at my desktop, JMoney's, so on. All right. So with that, how about you kick it off, Jam? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, let's talk about SPX in the overnight. We did have a bit of an overnight move already on the Sunday night futures open. Implied open right now trading around 7,400 on SPX, which is up from the Sunday night open about 70 points. So trading right around 7,400, and there is potential for a trend move today into 7460 plus, but it depends on two things. One, being able to hold 7370 to 75 area on any back tests, and two, being able to clear 7425. That's going to be the main test and challenge today. So 7425, big resistance above us. If you can clear that, then we have 7460 as a magnet and 7500 above there, which can pull us higher into a trend day up. But on the other hand, also, if we're unable to clear 7425, there's not a whole lot of support below us. It's very, very thin below us. So if you reject there and you're unable to hold supports on back tests, there is potential to retrace most of the overnight move first into 7370, and then 7345 would be your second target to the downside. Right now, trading right in between those two areas. So a little bit of potential for choppy open, but 7425 and 7370 are the main spots that I'll be watching um, in order to see if we're able to get that trend move in either direction.
All right, cool. Yeah, that 7425 is basically where that 9 day moving average is on SPX. I would also just bring everyone's attention to where the 50-day moving average is, which is moving average that we traded around all last week. That is at this moment sitting around 7385 or so. I would say that would be less bullish if we were below the 50-day, more bullish if we're above 70, well, 50-day, but also more in line with what JM said, 74.25 9 day moving average. I think we could see a little bit of a kind of higher low here in the daily. Mate had to sign out because he had some audio issues, which is unfortunately something that happens in Discord. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to run through some individual names in the watch list, and then when he joins us, he'll go over his focus this morning. So I'm going to start with IWM. Um, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to share my screen on Discord here until Mate
Hey,
gets
can you hear
back.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I
Can you hear
should
me?
I should be good. I just had to restart. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I was
Should
telling
be
you
all
already, it
set.
happens every now and then. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So
I think we're good.
yeah, if you're ready, just go through your focus, and I'll get to the watch list, the rest of the watch list after.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so main focus is Eli Lilly today. So Friday we had a really nice breakout. So healthcare has been strong, and we're getting to end of the quarter, so maybe some things going on there. A little bit of rotation in the market. This had been setting up for this break over the last couple of weeks. Just a lot of digestion near the highs from the higher time frame, and we got the big move on Friday. So today is pretty straightforward continuation day. What you want to see is the prior date high hold for the best case for continuation. If you start to fall below that, then it still can be a decent trade, but might be a little slower. But for if that holds, you can get some nice momentum above those previous day highs. So when we look at the pre-market we have a pretty bullish hidden RSI divergence present on the name. So the stock is at 1,223. Very oversold here on this dip, more oversold than it was about 20, 30 points lower. So that paired with some good volume, nice elevated R vol in the pre-market, makes this a nice candidate around the open. So what I'd look for entry-wise, one of two things. I'd either look for backtest and hold or sweep of this 1215 in turn, or a first move up that breaks the pre-market highs. Uh, for an initial move into 1,245.50, maybe the first target, which is pretty quick. So this one, may be fast at the open. Um, yeah, those are the two ways I'd like to get involved with it. So Eli Lilly will be the main focus for me.
Cool. Yeah, I like the strength in the sector. I just posted XLV in the chat. But XLV daily looks really nice and strong. It's kind of attempting to break into the all-time highs. We closed right below all-time high on Friday, uh, gapping back up. So what I'm gonna actually use this as a little bit of a barometer. If we continue to break out in XLV, more likely we'll continue seeing strength in these names. But if it's a bit of a failed breakout, might be a little trickier, maybe choppy. But yeah, Eli Lilly I think looks the best. It's a huge move on Friday, which we actually were looking at 1150, I think. Anyways, moving on here in the watch list, we have a lot to get to. IWM, in terms of indices, I do like IWM above 300. All-time high is right above at 301.50. So 300, I would look to get involved. I think 301.50 is your all-time high breakout. So 300 was tested on Friday. That's the Friday high as well. So I like the psych level Friday high magnet move into that 301.50. Could be a nice scalp. Next, noticing some strength in software. Leader is PAMW. Closed at the all-time high on Friday, and I'd be watching for continuation move above 306. 315 calls could work. Another one that's looking good is Bros, BROS. It's just looking really strong. It's now making its way out of this bull flag on the daily. It's a huge cup and handle ever since its inception, way back in 2021. I remember that day. But as we're breaking out this cup and handle, if it sustains momentum, my target would be all-time highs around 88. So you have a kind of a longer dated call there that you could take in the watch list. AMD. So there's this bit of an unwind, I guess, or out of semis. So this might not be available at this point, but if we start creeping lower and this continues to kind of show relative weakness, I would watch that 500 below. So 503, 500 could be something to watch. Right now, I think it's hands off for me, at least with AMD. SpaceX I think could go both ways. I do like the upside just because we've been holding the downside. So upside, if we break above 160, I'd be willing to take a long on this one towards that 165, 170 plus. If we start breaking the lows below 147, I think could be a bigger downside move towards 135. Within the software space, Crowd is another candidate that I like. I do like that spent 2 weeks in a very narrow range. There's a nice little gap above 721 that I'll be watching. So if we do get a little bit of a dip at the open to 700, right, it could be something to watch for a turn on. Then I think next would be you could take that 712, 713 area for a move to 721. But I think above 721 is best for a bigger move into that gap towards that 740, 750 area. So just one that I'm watching. I have a few alerts on this one. Snow is also looking really good. What I like about Snow is that the daily has held the gap after earnings. It's been tricky. It's been super like choppy, super narrow range, but still kind of bleeding to the downside. But then in one day, it engulfed, I don't know, 2 weeks. And so, it shows really, shows strength, shows that, kind of bears got smacked a little bit there. I think they're going to have a harder time taking control here. And so we are gapping up. I will watch it back test of Friday highs on this one. So Snow is another one that I'm really liking within software space. Within software space as well, also Max 7 is Microsoft. And I'm liking last week's highs for a break into new highs. So with this one, one trade would be a hold of Friday high around that 377. I like that because it's the 9-day moving average. So if you dip into that and hold, could be a nice little turn. right? That move that we saw on Friday would be validated if that holds. If it fails, I'll be hands off. But if we break last week's Friday, considering the momentum that we had in some of these names, so Netflix, Microsoft, I think Amazon had a good, some of these Max Sevens caught a bit on Friday. I would consider that weekly breakout for a larger move towards 400. So Microsoft is a little bit more in focus for me. Mentioned Netflix above 75. I liked it. I actually posted something on X, kind of a case for why this is good here. So I'm not going to rehash that. You can always go there and check it out. But I do like the recovery of that 75. I think 75 could bring some momentum to the upside. We're so excited about Eli Lilly that we've mentioned it not only in the focus, but twice in the watch list. So that's how excited we are. Uh, UNH would be
Nice.
next. Aside from Eli Lilly, I think UNH is the one to look at. I think this one now has initiated one-time framing to the upside. This was another name that we watched on Friday, and it's a pure continuation move. Very very simple trade. Uh, Technically, it was harder to catch because I wasn't really 100% focused on this one, but it played out perfectly, close at the highs. So just very very good kind of signals here for potential move higher. It's pulling back in PM here on the 10-minute chart. You can see it's pulling back nicely. So one to watch for a continuation move. I would watch that 430. 437 is huge, huge, huge on UNH. It's a very, very big level that if we can recover, I think we can see even bigger move. A couple more, last two here. Uber, I like because we had a move on Wednesday after Pelosi, after we found out that Pelosi had acquired Uber, longer dated calls, I believe. Thursday was a little bit of a pullback inside day, and then Friday we came back above that Wednesday high. So there's still a lot of energy here. I'll be watching this one for continuation. And then lastly here, XYZ. XYZ daily is one of the nicer looking dailies. This has been hard to trade. I think it might be a better kind of longer, I guess, have a bit of a longer horizon on this one. I think it's forming a bottom here on the daily, on the weekly, and the monthly, and could be something to watch for an upside move towards 100. But more kind of locally here, 78. I think we can see that 82, 83. So just a variety of names. Not all of them are focused, but I do have alerts on all these, and I will pivot once I see strength in certain parts of the market, and we'll just kind of write that. Okay. Next, Sarang, one of our analysts. Good morning. What are you watching, sir?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. So I'm watching couple of name. I think mainly SPX. If we hold above 7400, then downside looks tricky. But if SPX reject here around 7400, so from the playbook trade perspective, I like Micron for downside below 1120. Uh, so what I'm looking is below 1120, 1050 put on Micron, targeting maybe 1020, sorry, 1100 and 1070, and potentially 1050 on Micron. That's the one. And the second stock I'm watching is IBM. Actually, IBM had a nice catalyst, but the stock is not reacting much. And if you look at the daily structure, we have been sideways after the catalyst, but Friday we had a nice strong day. So tomorrow we have end of the quarter. So let's see if the money moves into IBM. So what I'm watching is above the pre-market high, 275, 276 on IBM. Uh, so I'm watching this 280 calls on IBM. So targeting 280 to 285 minimum on this one. So I like to hold if the trade works. So I like to hold some runners for tomorrow as well. That's IBM. And third stock I'm watching is Microsoft. I think you guys have covered very well. So it's the same plan. So the pre-market structure is looking nice. If we clear 381 area, so I'm looking to take a call on it. So the 377 area must hold for an upside. It's the same plan what you guys have on the Microsoft. And lastly, I'm watching the crowd. Crowd actually was looking. I had an alert set on the crowd for reclaim of this 700. So it's the same structure like what you showed the Space Monkey on the snow. So the stock has been sideways maybe for last 8 to 10 days, and now we are trying to reclaim above this 700. So what I'm watching is the 700 area must hold, and the entry would be like above 715, targeting maybe 730 and potentially 740 on this crowd. Uh, yeah, yeah, those are the tickers I'm watching. So mm,
Thanks, Ryan.
yeah. So Space Monkey, if you get a
Yeah,
chance, can you cover now service now? I
yeah,
think you are following on it. So Friday
yeah,
it had a big day. So just wanted to
yeah,
get your view on that.
yeah. Sure. Yeah, I was on mute. I was calling for IV, but I think IV signed off. So yes, that's it. Yeah. So let's start with now. So for everybody that's not familiar, this is a time of the day where we take a look at some of the names that you guys post in the chat. So just post names and we'll take a look at them. We do have about 8 minutes to go here. So now is obviously that Trump name, and I can you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
Okay, sorry. So now is the
That's
Trump
something.
name that moved from about 85 to 140 in very short amount of time, and it just pretty much gave back the entire move. But Friday was a really nice move back higher, and I would watch that 100. I talked about it this weekend. 100 is the 50-day moving average cycle level. So if you can hold 100 with this software kind of strength, I think could be something to watch. So that's my opinion on that. Um, XBI. Yeah, XBI has just been crazy. That's biotech. It's been, moving in a straight line over the last few days, and this feels like all-time high bound. So I don't like, I don't think XBI is tradable, but it definitely tells us where to look in the market. So TEM, good one to watch, I would say. Above 58, I think this falls into the AI healthcare space. And then HIMS, HIMS, very defined 36 level. Above 36, we'll see 4140. Above 40, I think we see 50. So this one is starting to show a little bit of strength. It's still very methodical and very slow to the upside. PLTR is gapping up on news, as Steve said. And it's just been a harder trade for me. I do think this is a little bit of a uh, kind of a natural occurrence what's happening, that we're snapping back towards that 9 day. So we've had a pretty quick move below the 9 day moving average, and it's accelerated to the downside. But Friday was the first day where we had a little bit of a rebound. But if we break above 122, I'll be surprised. But if we do, that could be something to watch. Just a really hard name to trade lately. Hood, I don't hate Hood as long as it's holding 100. It could be active for a watch, but it's still below the 200-day moving average around 102. So I would watch 100, 102. Above the 200-day, then that's when you can get that move towards that 112, 113 area, and potentially a higher low that could, provide us with the bigger move. And also you can draw a trend line on the daily on Hood, and this recent back pullback is a back test of that trend line. And if it could hold, that'd be very, very, very strong, very, very good. FCEL, yeah, FCL. I've been talking about it for a while. It's a daily chart that is ready to move. And so it's just a matter of time, I think, with this one. It's just very, very strong. So I'd watch that 25, 26. ASTS and some of these like space names are moving this Monday. They're moving nicely. Harder trade for me. It's not really my style of trade, but definitely if there's momentum, you can maybe catch some of that intraday momentum by just getting in between there. But so ASTS, Rocket Lab, some of these names are moving. PODD, another candidate for healthcare flow rotation by options on calling it out. Yeah, I mean it's a very clear, double bottom, and it's definitely making a turn here back above the 9 day. So we've been riding this 9 day ever since we broke below like last year. And so it's the first period of this year of 2026 where we have 2 consecutive days. No, sorry, 3 consecutive closes above the 9 day. So this I mean, it's something. You'd want to see some momentum. You want to see maybe some positive news come in and a push higher. But yeah, it's trying to form a bottom here. Yeah, I mean, downside candidate for me is very, very clear that 125 breaks. We can see a pullback to 119, 120. Semis are harder for me this week, at least where we are right now. Marvel, the same thing, right? Like 263 breaks. We can see that another test of the gap below at 245 or so. So, but it could also just be in a range here, and this is the bottom of the range of Marvel. Maybe it attempts to dip and recovers, and that could be a nice little long. So, yeah, last one here, Net. I mean, Net, PNW, Crowd, PLTR, Snow, DDog, all these software names now, they're all, valid, right? They've been shorted to death. And so if we're seeing this rotation in the market, it remains there. I think this could be something to watch. But for me, most of the software names, IGV more specifically, like the ETF, shows one green candle on Friday. So it's been a heavy downside move. And so I think there's a lot more work. I don't want to get too ahead of myself saying that, software is done and returning now. It's just been a harder trade. But we could see a day two. So we just have to monitor it. Okay. Okay, I think I'm done with this bit, guys. I hope that was helpful. Uh, so, Matei, any focus this morning?
Yeah, just Eli Lilly. For me.
Eli Lilly, yeah. Okay. Anything else? No.
Nope. Not
Okay.
at the open. I'd like to see how things shape up, firm up, and then it's also holiday week, guys. So short week generally favors bullish action, but just keep in mind volume can be a little low.
We're seeing a nice move in Apple this morning. There was news regarding Apple trying to get memory out of China, like try to get the U.S. Uh, trying to get the United States to be okay with them, I guess, buying memory from China. And so I think maybe that's it. What's happening here? Because of recent price hikes due to the memory shortage. I guess they're trying to scramble here and see what they can do. But um, really strong move here. Microsoft is pulling back into that PM low here, which is something to watch. It is a shortened week. It's a full day on Thursday and we're off on Friday. Low volume likely, but does that usually means it's harder to get a real pullback, and if we do get one, that usually normally gets bought up. Okay, guys, 20 seconds. That's a nice reset, Microsoft, guys. IWM is pulling back here quite heavily. Might be them front running some end of quarter shenanigans here. Let's see. Okay, we're open, guys. Yeah, pretty whippy price action here. SpaceX making a move towards that 160. Above 160, I'd be a little bit more bullish on that. 160.95 was the IPO close. Crowd, nice turn, guys. Watch that PM high to break. Nice little hold of 704 area. Nvidia's just really selling off here, so just heads up, caution there. Microsoft is attempting to make that sweep below 377 PM lows. Tesla, very strong move, back above 385 here. So Microsoft failed breakdown here going on, guys. The faster Microsoft moves above 380 on this move, 381, the stronger I think it is of a play. QQQ making a nice little turn as well here. Swept that PM low as well.
Let's move on Eli Lilly. Starting to retreat here. The spreads are also really bad, so just gonna avoid it for now.
SpaceX 160 test. Guys, crowd is breaking out here, okay? 721, watch it. It's breaking out. Watch that gap now. Crowd gap here. 721 gap. Yeah, nice little hammer bar NVIDIA turning here as well. Definitely seeing some relative strength in QQQ after Friday's relative weakness. IWM is not really performing that well, and SPX is back above 7400. Qs are very strong, okay? Crowd premium is pretty expensive here. A&D, nice turn, guys.
Yep. So we held the bottom of that supportive zone on the open and back above 7,400. There's not a whole lot between 7,400 and 7,425. So making a quick move, pretty thin between there. 7,425 will be the big test, especially early in the session.
Semis are a bit stronger here today, guys. A&D catching a nice little bid.
Watch a back test of 7,400. They're starting to build some support there since the open. A lot of long calls being opened above spot 74.40 and 74.65 also.
I'm watching crowd here and watching SPX 7400 backtest. Pretty whippy, and so I'm trying to be a little patient here. I do like the strength of semis. D-Dog strong, PNW new highs, guys. Just freaking strong as hell. PNW 316, 318 above here. Crowd has entered the gap, guys, towards that 742. Tesla extremely strong, testing Friday's highs, guys. That's continued momentum there. Anybody
There's
caught
the
crowd, guys?
reaction off 7400. Let's see if this holds. Get a hard test of 74.25.
Microsoft, nice turn here as well.
Very nice move off of 7400 backtest there.
I think Dort's caught that crowd trade. Well done, sir. Tesla here, huge area, Tesla on the daily. Oxy, Occidental Petroleum CEO makes the biggest insider buy in over 4 years. Headline. See if we can fill that gap on crowd. PNW new all-time highs. Just another continuation move. Uber is breaking 77 here. Tesla is extremely strong, guys. Yeah, so Netflix, 75, where we are right now. I think could be one to watch. I'm just going to give it some time. Tesla is moving really, really nicely here. Day 2 continuation back above the 9-day at 389. So we'll watch this for setup intraday. $15 points higher here since JM said 400 to look for a turn on. So we turned right on around 400 there. 400 SPX, really nice.
Yeah, that happened really quick, but very clear changes in positioning right after the open. It's the one thing I was looking for. It was very thin below us on the open, and they immediately built that support at 7,400 afterwards. $74.25, still a big test here. They're continuing to really hit 74.40, 74.60 above us, growing since the open. Fairly bullish positioning, but you have to hold above 74.25.
Watching 385 calls for July 1st, Microsoft. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The take can't, so.
I also can't hear Mate. 7440, 7450, 7460 all getting slammed.
Space Monkey, check NBS.
Yeah. Yeah, not bad. All right. Mate's having some issues with Discord, so I'll take over the screen. Meta, nice move. Uber, really nice move, guys. That 76 and change played out perfectly. Had one of the big winners this morning. I think Dortz caught that beautifully. Was on my radar as well. Just catching that. Nvidia's acting slightly differently today, a little stronger. I'm watching Microsoft because I like pain. I like pain in my heart. I do think it's a good trade. Just letting it sit up here. MU 111 downside, not really, because the second candle is red here, Chuck. Colty likes pain too. Yeah, I'm very sad for not taking Tesla either, but I need that extra confirmation. But it's really nice. If it back tests Friday highs, that could be a nice trade. I don't love the risk reward here upside because of where SPX is. I think that 400 was a really nice back test to trade SPX itself. I like crowd the most. I was very focused on crowd, but didn't really go for it. I think that one could see 750 plus. We just filled the gap, so. All right, so I just got filled Microsoft here, 385 for July 1st. 342. Smaller trade. Do like what it's doing here, but if it starts breaking below 376, I'll be out. Crowd 750s are now almost in the money. So I noticed I made a mistake in the alert. It's what price here? Oh, oh my God, crowd, dude, that is all-time highs bound above 750. Don't chase it, but that's a nice look for an intraday setup maybe. I was trying to get filled 750s on that back test of 721 where I called it out. I just couldn't get filled. A bit wider spread, so just let it pass. But damn, could have chased that. You market order darts, clench mode. I gotta learn, man. I gotta learn. I gotta learn clench mode. Hey, it played out beautifully. Oh, Microsoft. Get break above. Okay, alert went off here. Microsoft PM high test. Me or these premiums are like really slow. Or is it just me? I'm used to 0 DTEs now. Not in love how slow these premiums are. It's just I don't know. It will explode above PM high though. 81-ish. Tesla, watch that check back to 388, 390. I do like the relative strength of Microsoft, or not relative strength. I do think it's doing okay here. Just that the premium's a little slow. Doesn't mean they should sell your calls if you're in it. It's just kind of information. I would have expected those to pop at least to 4, near 4, 410 or so on that move towards PM high. We did not get that. We're seeing a fail of 425 on SPX. So market is turning here. We rejected that 25 area.
Yep, 7,400 very important. Could easily give this all back if 7,400 were to fail. 7,370 would be below.
All right, so initial reaction by Microsoft was pretty nasty, like it reversed immediately with SPX. Now SPX moving lower, Microsoft's trying to hold. So just gonna hold this for a little longer here, but I'm okay cutting it for a small L and moving on. But I did get the Wednesday calls because I want to give it a little bit of time. Keep looking at crowd, and it's just it played out so beautifully from the watch list. It hurts not being in it, but it's nice to see software catching a bid. It could be a new theme that we could look at and trade here. PANW 323, guys. This broke above 300, I think, on Friday. D-Dog was another one that I called out. Also near highs here. Net is another software name near highs as well. But PNW crowd leading here. And the snow rejecting the highs but holding strong. MU new lows here. Nice put played by Sarang, one of our analysts. All of our analysts have all of our analysts have their own channels. Just have to, if you don't see them in the on the left bar, in the left bar, just have to go to browse and find them. Their channels usually start with analysts, analyst dash Sarang, analyst slash Edorts, analyst slash dash TC, and then IV Trader has his own. Does not have a for it. Thanks for
Very
rejecting
big
that one.
spot. This could get pretty ugly if 7400 fails here.
Jam. Tebow.
This was actually the short. I actually wanted the short at 74.25 as far as the pre-market plan, and then ended up changing. But it's probably going to work better than my long. We'll see. It's needs a pretty big response pretty quickly.
Some relative strength in Tesla. For now. I think MU's not helping us at all. Crowd obviously just not really taking a breather here. Just a softy. Yeah, nice short off that 25 jam.
Yeah, I'm gonna regret this one, but it's okay.
Freaking wizard, man.
All those call positions. I won't say call positions. It gets confusing. Bullish dealer positions 74, 40, 50, 60 that I called out. All of them have been cut in half now.
Yeah.
And 73, 40. 73, 40 is exploding. So likely get a 70 test. And then if 70 fails, 40 will be a magnet.
Yeah, nice call outs, man. What I would have expected Microsoft to just like puke here, but it's not. I think it's holding it really strong. You can even look at trading 380 0 DTs on this one. If SPX moves back above 400, it'd be interesting to see what Microsoft does, but it's holding really strongly here. So but the market does not look good here. QQQ is undercutting overnight lows here. Tesla, guys, high day. Tesla 399.42 is a 20-day moving average above. Marvel selling, SNDK selling, MU selling. Nice 100% trade by Sarang, MU short. Dortz played crowd long. Crowd, a little bit of a pullback here. Full nasty reversal off the highs. Amazon at highs. Netflix at highs. Google at highs. Same as Friday here. Backing or below here on SPX, low day as well. VIX up a little bit, 1%, 18.60. Yeah, advancers, decliners. We try to go positive on breadth off the open, but then we reverse back to the lows. We're basically flat here. I would watch the trap the gap, Chucky. Yeah, it's also the orb low here, low a day. So let's see what it does. It's just pay attention to the positioning that JM is calling out live as well. 85, maybe a nice little bounce area, just near low a day. If that fails, we can see a bigger push lower. Back above 400, maybe could catch us a little bit of a push higher. So, but yeah, definitely trap the gap here is to watch. Looks off a little weaker here now. Google's super strong. QCOM 186.85 alert going off. QCOM. That's a downside alert. Google new highs.
Yeah, a little bit of support, 7370. We're at risk for failing underneath the supportive charm, which is, like I said, as long as we're failing to reclaim 7400, likely going to get continuation lower. Possible, tradable 7370. But if we don't reclaim 7400 off of it, then likely just a lower high.
Here we are, 70. Looks like we're getting gap fill. AMD 500, guys. Remember that level? 503. Just watching here, guys. Let's see what SPX does. SPX gap fill, green to red move. Now they're trying to push it back up.
Yeah, 73.35 to 40. 73.35 to 40 will be the best bounce spot if we can get there. That is the put spread. Has grown all morning.
Uber pullback into support here. 9 on 10. 76.50. Want to watch. Microsoft's trying to turn here. $73.70, right? Next. Check.
Yep. Need to clear that for continuation higher.
Yep. I get 205 above.
85 first.
85 first. Okay. All right. Little pennant here, bull flag pennant, holding the 9-day. Could be a nice turn here to watch. That little attempt to turn SPX got sold into 9 on 10 exactly. Uber nice bounce off that 76.50 if you caught that secondary entry. A little bit of a bounce here, IWM. That 85 that JM mentioned is the trap the gap play, guys. I'd like to start seeing them closing down that 40 below. Yeah, what do you say?
Yeah, you'll definitely want to see that closed. Otherwise, you can see this, we'll get a relief bounce. And as long as that keeps growing,
Right.
we potentially will still end up seeing it at some point today.
Yep.
Also have the charm flip above us at 90, 93. So that 85, 93, 400, that's all going to be pretty tricky to clear.
It's a nice bounce though, SPX off the lows. Would you say that charm flip could be a nice short considering the positioning below?
Yeah, I would definitely consider that. If you want to be short for a lower high, 85 to 95 area, tradable. Then we see from there. Either makes new lows or it gets squeezed above it.
IWM looks a little bit better, covering Friday lows. Apple looks heavy still, very, very heavy at 280 here. Microsoft's just holding. I'll give it a little time. Tesla kind of leading today. Google near highs too. You start seeing semiconductors bidding up a little bit more than what they're doing now. Something to watch. Eli Lilly, a bit of a reversal, but still near yesterday's high, so I would watch that for entry. Crowd still at 749, so not highs, but just below. And IWM is accelerating here. EQQ, here's your trap the gap kind of area to watch. 73.90 chart flip.
Yeah, it keeps moving higher. 7,400, basically. 7,400, 7,405, probably the best resistance at this point.
Mm-hmm. ES making an overnight low sweep as well. Failed breakdown there, active. SPX, that's a nice, if we can move back above Friday high 7,400 on SPX, that'd be a really nice kind of validation, pull back, hold, and then potential turn, go. Break above 7,425 or high day. Could definitely fill that gap above that we have towards that 65 area.
Monkey, what's going on, brother?
Hey, not much, man. What's up?
Nothing, man. Just looking at this funness over here.
Oh my.
Is that B Dorts?
How's it going, y'all?
Hello. Welcome
Hello,
to the
sir.
show.
Nice
Thank
trade this
you.
morning, man.
Thank you.
What else are you watching now?
Kind of just watching Microsoft. I don't really see anything worth trading right now.
MU off -1. If SMH can start to pick a bid and we get back to the high day, we can push higher. Something that someone pointed out to me, that SPY was at +1 today, which is weird that we were rejected in that area. I don't know why there's a deviation right now with SPX and SPY, but definitely something to keep note on. Tesla had a bigger trend line too for the past couple weeks. See if that can actually finally start catching a bid. The name's been pretty hard to trade as well and very random. The Q's closing.
Yeah, a lot of chip stocks we're tagging ATR, ARM, INTC, MU, all bouncing now.
All right, so we're putting in a trap the gap here. As long as we're holding that 10-minute low, 73.84.5. I think we can see, like, this could be low a day. Uber
Crowd
coming back
also
nicely
bounced
up.
off.
What was that?
Crowd also bounced off ATR. That would have been a good roll spot.
Oh, that was such a nice trade, dude.
Yo, that dude, there was that back test. Wow, +1 back test. Great, great call out too.
Yeah, I was looking at it. The premiums are just so expensive now.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean $748 stock. It's not gonna be cheap.
Yeah.
Nice little bull flag. It said 9 on 10 check back to ATR. Kind of checks all the boxes. I'm about ready to cut this Microsoft.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
There we go.
With the cat dragged in, look who's in the chat. Matei.
What's up, dude?
What's up, B Dorts?
How's it going?
What the Y?
Pete Orts with the Y.
I think we're squeezing.
I need to put a spread on. J Money, tell me what to do.
Should have put it at the lows.
Well, John, it can't all be perfect.
One more rinse. Those are pretty nice little shake and bake if they do squeeze this higher.
I mean, 74.24 is tested like 500 times, so if I break that,
25 calls just popped like big here.
back into supportive charm too.
Bunch of chips and stuff, and MU and everything went to -1, Matei. So if those start to move higher as well, back again, definitely can help squeeze us.
I mean, above 05, we can see 25 again, right?
Let's see. Yeah, at least 20.
Yeah.
This is pretty much a gap till 20 in the GEX.
They're closing those 40s too below a little bit, so we'll see how that kind of progresses.
Yeah.
Crowd 800 call almost doubled on that ATR bounce. Wow.
Well, that's a lot for
I
such a
know.
small move. Yeah, that's a lot.
Also, so far out of the money.
Mm-hmm.
How are the
I mean,
spreads on that?
485, 550. Bid ask.
Not bad.
it's far out of money, but it's also targeting all-time highs around that 785. So
Yeah.
that's why. Yeah.
Definitely looks like it wants to get there this week.
Yes. John, Uber pulled back into that 76.50 and pushed about $1 higher towards high of day too.
It's pretty beautiful, huh? Dang.
I have a 77.73, which is very close to the high of day.
That was definitely a pretty good swing candidate too, especially after that, the Pelosi involvement and then the pullback. What a great back testing go.
Yeah, that was a nice call out live.
That 05 just reduced
Poof.
like quite a lot. Yeah, it just disappeared.
Yeah. And now you're seeing positioning at 45, right? 40, 45.
Yeah.
You know, you're seeing 73.45. So on the downside, it's closing down too, which is like that's bullish. Nice, Chucky. Chucky bought that dip. Well done, sir. Chucky recognized the trap, the gap. Sure.
Very nice.
So what you want to see now is the break of the highs, the high day, and then you'll get that like trend day. Otherwise, you might see a little bit of a, I guess, chop SPX. John is too funny. Sorry. Saying a bunch of stuff that's funny on the side. I can't disclose.
Pointed out earlier, too.
John.
Gosh darn it. Tried to hold it together and it just couldn't. um, Google too. I know I brought it up earlier,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
and you liked it last week, the start of liking it last week. So I started putting on like a swing watch, and definitely starting to look a little bit different here. So it's really tough to kind of put on any swings in this environment, but that name is kind of up top on the list now. I'm going to be watching it closely. I like Microsoft too. It just needs to close above here, and it's fine. It just might take another day. Software ripped. Did they hold now and everything? Let's see.
Yeah. Oh no, now I don't know, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they did. So
SMH recovering Friday lows, putting in a little bit of a tail in the daily. So it's trying to hold here.
I just see Pan W continue. Like wow.
Yeah. I was watching crowd and PNW. I went for crowd, but I couldn't get filled. Barely missed my fill, and then it just felt like a chase. But it's one of those where, like, had I known, I would have chased it. But B Dorsey hit market, which is conviction. Oh, he left us. He doesn't like us.
I'm here. I was just muted.
Oh, there he is. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Your mic sounds pretty good, Beatos. What are you using?
He's really advanced new mic, the AirPod Pro.
Yes, it doesn't sound that good. Come on.
CBRS alert.
Yeah, I just got that too. It's a trading view.
Okay.
CBRS up 17 points on the day.
Yeah, it's also sorry. It could be a little bit of a film breakdown. It's a pretty young name, but on the weekly here, pulling back nicely. It's recovering that low 196, which was the first real low before that bounce, and then once we broke, we saw a new low. So could be significant to watch. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, there's definitely continued strength in software, sustained strength this Friday. There's also sustained strength in some of these like Max 7 names. So Amazon, huge continuation day today. Google, another one. Netflix, 75, kind of a little slower, but holding. Meta was strong earlier in the session, is now too. And then Microsoft is doing jack shit, just sitting here. But I'll give it some time. See Comcast, they're gonna split the business apart into two different companies, and it was up like 30 something percent earlier. Oh, they sold into it. I think I'm gonna go long here soon. SPX. Watching those 25s.
How they hold premium from the gap fill?
Holding okay. I've been watching them for a bit. I just got filled there on this little bit. So 5 calls. If we I'm almost like size to zero on this one. It's like pretty small, but if we start breaking below 73.85 or so, I'll cut this. But another entry would be 73.91 to watch. I think Microsoft might start turning here soon. Nvidia, I like what Nvidia is doing. It's just like rocket ship higher intraday, so that's gives me a little more confidence in the market. Also, in terms of positioning, it's a bit trickier, but I think we can still move to 25 maybe first.
So they're long setup. So see. Just calling it out for those that might be joining us. I didn't know we started spreads channels, a couple new areas of the Discord. If you've been around before in a prior open house, and if not, so you know it's there. There's a spreads channel. I started a small account for that. Other traders may be alerting some ideas in there from time to time, but I just did that account just so people can track and follow along easily. We also have crypto and sports betting in the community section. If you guys are interested in that, contribute there and share your ideas. It's open for everybody.
How do we find all this stuff? Like, what's
How
the
do you
easiest way
find
to?
it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you have to go through browse and all that
I
stuff.
don't know.
or-
Read. Yeah, you can pin channels. I don't do that. I know John does. I don't know if you have any tips for that, John, but I usually just scroll and minimize the categories, but it's probably a better answer than what I'm saying. There's also a the Start Here channel has
Mhm.
all the channels and explanations of what they are in it.
Oh, that's great. That's perfect. All right, so let's do that.
Rejected that 05 there.
So almost made it to 400, guys. Broke out of that bullish pennant. Testing the opening print here, SPX. Trying to hold this 9 on 10 here. Also opening print. That'd be best. Divergence on the 10-minute there for a second on that dip. Yeah, IBM looks good. Moving with software. So nothing special in terms of like IBM, but yeah. All right, SPX 101 to the upside here, 10-minute. Let's see if we can break higher. We need to hold that opening print, otherwise a break of 85 could push us back lower here. So up here, as I said, that 91 was your secondary entry. If anybody took that, that was even better entry. Those moved to 360, 370 maybe. Fantastic entry there if you took it. So secondary entry, 1-1 to the upside. Target would be high day.
SMH, nice pop.
SMH, nice move. Red to green
If you
here.
see that make a nice, strong red to green move, I mean, we're definitely going to lift.
ADD.
I mean, you
Yeah,
have
breath is
Amazon,
still.
Google, Microsoft still
Yeah.
looks good. Not the strongest name out of everything, but you know, Apple needs to pick up a little bit. We can start getting power banks today. Space Monkey, I haven't checked too deeply into them.
Yeah, I was running through. XLF is at high, so that's very, very good. About 10% of the market. XLK just went red to green as well, which is positive. I'm liking. I like seeing Nvidia kind of going red to green, coming back nicely. So we'll see.
I mean,
We'll
it's
see.
a
We'll
big
see.
pivot. I mean, I'm not swing trading that name probably ever again. I'm joking, but 194, 195 area is definitely a huge spot.
Yeah, I mean that's where we called the last long, didn't we?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So yeah, I have 196.14, which is today's high day. It's also a yellow line on my charts. That's an important pivot too on the daily. Remember, I think we called that a range, you and I.
Exactly.
Caught
Yep.
that long. Yeah.
Google, nice little back test of +1 as well. See if that name can close above ATR today would be great. I mean, Apple still looks good. It's near Friday's ATR.
SPX break above 05, and this will push.
Yeah, it feels like the Bulls have a shot here. I mean, they can easily not take their opportunity, but it's like they're set up for it. I hope they make some noise.
The previous 30, 15, and 10-minute candles all had divergence, bearish, well, delta divergence on it, on the bearish candle. So that's bullish. So we see that. That's an excellent area to. So let me show you. So you can see the yellow here on the 30. yellow here and then the yellow here. So we're seeing that, which is positive. When you see that, you want to add to your position, or if you're considering cutting, which uh, is another option. There we go. Bang, 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 bang. Finally, we're expansion 1-1 to the upside. Perfect. I just got filled there. I just cut it because of that. I cut half off because of that. I had to sit through a little bit of shit there. So I'm taking what I can see. Yeah. So look at that 1-1-1, guys. This is a 1-1. We're attempting. You want to see that hold now for that bigger push. You're getting the 30-minute. Look at this. The 30-minute, the 15 pushing to the upside here. So confirming with all the data and stuff that we look at.
Yeah, they built up 7,400 again.
If you caught that ad, guys, when we were trading around 350, 360 or so on the 25s, they're double at this point. It's also a 9 on 10 bounce. You can see that yellow line here. 9 on 10, opening print, bearish divergence. We saw that nice move.
So basically back to where we were this morning. If we can hold 7,400, we can try to move higher. Fail 7,400 again, we might move back down towards the lows.
It opened up a put credit spread against the 7,400. 73.95.90 put credit spread. $1.45.
Guys, I'm ready to cut my Microsoft here. Get that play out. Just got filled here. Hold on. Sorry, just trying to get the alert right here. That is not what you want to see. Yeah, Microsoft is, wow, that is ugly. Into red too. Wow, we're giving up now.
Mate, what do you think of Eli Lilly fade?
What was that, sorry?
No, no. What do you think of Eli Lilly day to fade?
Mm,
Maybe 1215 tested couple of times intraday.
yeah, not a bad idea. I just, yeah, it's not a bad idea. Not a lot of confidence. I don't like how bready it is,
Yeah,
personally. I would say maybe mid to end of session might be a little bit more fluid. It just seems kind of slow, you know. I don't like when they slow down like that. Technically, I like what you're thinking.
All right, SPX kind of held that on that little attempt to sell into that candle. Pretty tricky today, but we're respecting levels, so just have to wait and see if you can break above high day or not. $25 seems likely here. If we can hold 400, like James exactly said. I think it's still valid what he just said.
Yeah, it's still there,
Yeah.
but it's definitely thin below 7,400 now.
Trap the gap. JM.
Yeah, yeah, that was quite the trap to cap. They, they didn't just sweep it. They wanted the whole thing this time.
Yeah. But I think like this one is even better in my opinion because we did fill the gap below. That's out of the way. And then the recovery of that 10-minute candle low is like gave you a nice 85 to 74.12 or so, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, they gobbled it up. All right, we're near break even here on the last half. If we break below 400, I will be just cutting. So Tesla's a trend today. Just very, very clear trend. 9 on 10 candidate today throughout the day. See that first 9 on 10 bounce in the bull flag, break the flag, and we move towards 400. I would say risk reward is not great here. If above 400, they can squeeze this 5 points very quickly today. Giving this 1 minute, and then I'll cut the rest of this position. Might be a choppy day because technically we're inside the orb, the 30-minute orb range, and we're bouncing upside down here. So as long as we're holding the orb low, we could push higher. And as long as we're inside of this range, we could just kind of bounce in between the range extremes. So in terms of SPX today, might be a little choppier. $400 holds here. It could be another long. I'd be a little more careful with this one though. To left. Good. FCL breaking out. Roadblocks filling the gap on the daily. ASTS, nice little gap up and go. AMAT, new all-time highs. PANW, clear strength and push higher, all-time highs. CBRS is rejecting 9 on 10 for 9-day moving average right now. Crowd, really nice day. One of the better trades today. Caught by B-Dorts. LRCX back to all-time high area. Watch that 410 for continuation move. Really nice. They gobbled up that dip very quickly. A-Lab, really nice setup on the daily as well. Something to watch here over the next few days. A-Lab. This hinge is just extremely strong. HNGE. It's been vertical ever since we dipped into IPO low and recover. BE looks tired. Reddit, nice little day today.
You followed GLW, Space Monkey?
No. Don't put. So this is like a VRT, right? Or VST.
I believe so.
Electronic components. Looks great.
Semiconductor stock actually, Nvidia took a stake in it, same like CoreView.
Mm-hmm. See, Marvel held the lows of that range it's been in. So I'm all out here. Just hit stop on my SPX long. Just preserving some premium on that one. Had a nice like first half and then just second half not so good. I'm gonna take a break here. We've been going for quite a while. I think it's gonna be, as I said, we're trading inside of the first 30-minute range, and like aside from gamma and all that stuff, right? Which give us like a live view of what's happening with positioning and so on and so forth. You can see this long played out really nicely. Have the orb high around 7,428 high a day, and then orb low is at 84, 81, or 85, let's say. So as long as we're trading inside of this range, this these two blue lines, we could see a bit of a choppy mess, right, in the S&P. So I would watch 85 for a move back to low a day, and I would look for a break above high day for a potential move to 50 plus. In terms of positioning, and you guys can kind of correct me here, but below 400, I mean, I do see like 90 if that fails. If 90 fails, which is it would be a little more devastating. I think we could start seeing a move towards 75, and then eventually, I guess the target would be 40 below. So it would be a move back towards low a day plus.
We're
So
testing the puller here. Got a little reaction initially, but falling. It's fairly thin. I mean, it's pretty thin in this spot. So buyers would want to get back above 7,400 pretty quick. Otherwise, 75 and then 40 below. It's a pretty good spot here to hold. If you're taking a break, I can grab the screen.
yeah, fantastic.
Whenever you're back, we could review a couple trades, or I can just do it either way.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Just gonna go get a coffee or whatever. I'll be back.
Okay, cool.
There you go. I'll be back.
Let's check charter, yeah. I've been looking at that chart. It's pretty amazing. I should have just swung that. Yeah, a little harder when it's gapping and fading into the range. But nice front side today. Really just mainly a fade. That's just bag holders getting a little bit of a bump to take some off. S&P quickly back above 7,400 here. So notice where we bounced. If you're new, haven't watched Gamma, this is one of those examples where you can find key spots and see the edge play out. We got literally within a point, under a point from the puller down here, and getting a reaction in a pretty thin environment overall. So thin environment just means more easy more, what am I trying to say? It's easier to move, a little bit more freedom to move. All right, so saved our put spread for now, just around break even. It's a smaller one. I think directional is a little bit, have more opportunity in this tape. Just because if we do keep holding this, we could get up to 20 pretty quick. That 74.05 grew again. We'll see if that changes on the next update. But if we can get through that spot, we should see 25 again. You get above that, it's fairly thin. We can actually run. As while the market slows down, if anybody has questions, post them in the chat. Either of the chats, so keep an eye on them. Anything trading related. do a quick run through some names. Let me bring this down here. S&P is just chopping around 7,400 for now. MU, pretty big bounce off 1,036. So Simi started the day getting sold off a bit, the memory trade. SpaceX still stuck in a range. Palo Alto, really nice trade today. Good leadership. We talked about this in comparison to Crowd in the accelerator. So on the call yesterday, we were talking about how generally better to stick with the leaders. And this is a good example of why. It's not that Crowd is not a good trade. Crowd was a good trade today. We were pretty much spot on with this idea into the security names going into the week. But when you look at the charts, you switch out to the daily on both Palo Alto and Crowd. Both good-looking technical charts, but Palo Alto is the clear leader. Already had broke out on Friday and made a new high and closed on new highs. So going into today, the selection, not that both can't be good, a little bit more in favor of sticking with the leader. For this reason, when you go into the lower time frame, you can see that continuing to play out here. So a bigger move from Palo Alto and also relative strength at the highs, while Crowd has failed to make new highs and it's just chopping around. So just small nuances can be helpful when preparing trades, especially sector trades. Bros is more of a swing trade to me, as we talked about on the call yesterday. Might need a little bit of digestion, but looks okay. Let's see, Eli Lilly, nice little call up from Sarang here, breaking that 1215. Again, it's a little, I say thin, it's just like a little spready, not a ton of volume, so routine fade, not bad. AMD attempting a V-shaped recovery here. Let's go through some of the main names. Goldman Sachs still a bit weak. Hey, what's up? I'm just going through some charts.
All good.
Tesla, nice bounce today. That to the back to the active watch. So looks like some Mag 7s catching a little bit better of a bid. Amazon as well. There's probably some quarter end stuff going on. Apple Pop got sold. That's one we need to continue to watch. It's moving really good. All right, for the big watch list, I'm just gonna run through some names quickly. AMAT new highs, GLW new highs. Just need to watch the S&P back and forth here. Having trouble with that 7,400, 7,405 resistance. What the? Okay. NBIS really defined 233.73. Something to watch. Google looks good. I like Google. Somebody mentioned that in the chat. Marvell, really big level here. That's one to watch. So a lot of these look actually good to the downside, but they're not super close to triggering after the bounce. So want something to keep an eye on. Pretty big bounce on ARM. solar names getting crushed. So energy plays down. SNDK, a little bit of relative weakness in the group. S&P popped right back up to 7,400. All right, let me know if there's any other charts. Not a whole lot stood out there where I'm at after scanning a bunch of names. I see, as far as things that stand out, MU at Marvell off the lows a bit more than when you look at SNDK. So if we see the memory trade sell at all, SNDK, keep a close eye on that. Google, Apple, nice, or I'm sorry, Google, Amazon, nice bounces today. I like the names a lot for the long term. Tesla, big bounce today. Lilly getting caught in some digestion. Palo Alto crowd cleared winners. That's pretty much it. Nothing too exciting. If you want the screen back at any time, Monkey, just let me know.
Yeah, okay. Keep it. Little inside 10-minute chart here, guys. SPX potentially.
Sky asking about the put spread. Nice to see your name also, by the way. Sky's been around with us for a long time. Feeling fine about it as long as we just keep holding this 7,400 area. If we start to break like 90, I'll just cut it, take a loss. Whoops. But for now, it's okay. We're just this 05 has been a problem. If we can push through 05, we should get to 2025 again. You get above that, then that's when things could get pretty interesting for upside. And I like Monkey's long idea from earlier. It's just this spot's tough to get through. So how I feel about it, it's pretty neutral. It's a smaller one. A small bet, not high conviction.
As 4 or 5, all zero DTs could work above 400 Tesla. It might be a scalp. Might be news. I'm not really sure. Hopefully strong here. I'm having a hard time signing into my broker. I don't know if it's just me. Got kicked out. Can you guys hear me? Yes, I think you can.
I do have an E-Trade account, but I don't use it. Let me see if I can log in.
Okay. Sure. Just signed in. I should work for. RCX alert. Testing ultiplies here.
What was it?
Yeah. RCX.
RCX. Wait. Oh, LR6. Sorry, could not hear.
Oh, good.
Yeah, nice. I noticed. What was the other one that was at the AMAT? Also at the highs.
Mm-hmm. Those two have been really strong. Like as some of the semis have been pulling back
Yeah.
aggressively, these guys have been. Bit of divergence. Sorry, delta bearish divergence on all time frames here on SPX. Meaning buyers are strong as we're pulling back here. Could mean absorption of this selling. Let's see. We saw that in 91 on that turn the first time around. If I see here, let's see. Four hundred support is growing here, I feel. You see that, Mate? Like 400 is good support now. Pretty
Yeah,
thin
it
below.
did grow. Yeah. Yeah, and in fact, I think the 90-95 grew back a little bit too, which is a good thing. We need to see that 05 decrease to release us up to 25. Just we're kind of just stuck here. Yeah. Right. Okay. All in. That's something. Mm. Yeah, we should be able to get to 20 pretty easily. It just grew a little bit. Wrong way. Come on. Be less boring. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. 40? 40 definitely shrunk. Yeah. I was looking the 20 and 15 grew a little. Actually, 25 decreased slightly, but yeah, your 40 definitely decreased a bit. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it thins out above, and then if we get through that 25, it should go pretty much direct to that spot then, if it's thinner. 7,400 grew. Yeah. Yeah. guys. Well, there's your move to 20. At 40 grew back a little bit, monkey, huh? This 25 is going to be the spot to watch. Nice job, Beador. It's the 50% gain on 7430 calls, SPX. See if I can get filled the spread. I'm fine taking like 50% on that. Just because it's 25 above us. Could be a little hard to get through. That was a smaller trade. I'll let you know if it fills. As I close out of that, put credit spread here 75, about 50%. We're rejecting against this 2025 spot so far. If we push into like 25, 30, might consider like a call spread or something. I just want to see how the market reacts for a little bit. It's pretty thin out there. So Looks good, Monkey. I like them weekly and monthly on this. I've been feeling like I have a swing on right now, but just seems like a matter of time before this really picks up again. Maybe after earnings. I mean, even obviously right now there's some momentum, but yeah, big picture, it's been kind of lame. The 25 position just diminished quite a bit. $7,400 went away also. It's a pretty decent, pretty big update. If dips, basically interpretation, if dips can continue to hold above 7,400, we should have a clear path to 7,440. Now, if we do fail 7,400, then fade in the range pretty quick to 7,382. Now keep in mind this 1520 is still resistance. But if it can flip, then we get to 40 pretty easily. The environment's pretty good for that. If we fail though, 7,400 now is not supportive, and we can sell pretty easily into the range. I would say 80 would be first test, but it's very thin below. So buyers definitely want to continue to hold this pattern, flip up to 30, 40, and then see what we do from there. Yeah, the supportive position at 7,400. That was what was below us. That strike at 7,400. It like completely vanished. That was a really big update. Just no longer supportive if we get there. It's also less magnetic. So because of the environment we're in, we continue to favor a trend move to the upside. That was probably suppressing, or not suppressing, but holding us maybe back a little bit from carrying some momentum to the upside, because we might have had a little bit of a pull to that 7,400, but that's gone now. So essentially, takeaway is it's bullish unless we start to fail like 7,400. It's just this 1520 is still a resistance. We got to clear that. And these negative nodes have a higher chance of getting run over with the support of above, with the long calls above us. So we'll see. I'm flat right now. I'm just watching, calling out what I see. Watching 74 25 calls small idea. Guys, I'm trying a small long here. 74-25 call. Just curious to see if we can run over this 15-20 spot and then accelerate quick into 35-40. And then if not, it is then below, like I mentioned. The path of least resistance to the downside will be faster if we start to sell, but we're in a supportive environment. So it favors the upside until that happens. So as long as buyers stay in control, I like that upside idea setup. So just small idea, see what happens. The 40 or sorry 30 position grew. A little decrease in the 20, not much. Yes, I bought 74.25. Although, is it not showing in the alerts? What the? Am I crazy? Am I missing this? Do you guys see the alert? Am I missing something? I called it out, but I don't see the alert. Yeah, it never showed. What the fuck? Well, they're about the same price, so let's try again. Okay, there it goes. I don't know what happened. All right. Well, yeah, I called it out on stream. It's getting filled some SPX here at 590, up 40%. All right, so we're at the 20 spot. See if we can push through. You don't want to get slapped here. If you get slapped here, you just get out of the way. You can sell into the puller. Could be a quick short setup. For now, it's bullish. I'm just calling it out. See if we can push up 10 points, 5, 10 points here. Not liking what I see in the premiums. Premiums are lagging on new high days. Prints. Well, not technically new high day, but new highs here on this leg. That stops at break even on SPX calls. Premium's holding up a little better. See if we can push here. Yeah, Bisbee AMAT's had a huge day. Saw that earlier. Yeah, it's all good. Premium's looking good here. So you can get like a 4-point pop, 4 or 5 points. There we go. Premium's trying to push here. Get the 30. Can we get the 30? And take another third here at 670. 60% on the 25 calls. Last one, I got to stop the break even, target 30 to 40, see how price looks if we get there. Yeah, pretty big pop on MSTR. Steve calling it out. Nice. Some shorts getting caught off sides maybe. See if S&P can flip this 24. This is the 5th real test at this 24 level in the last, see, since Tuesday of last week. Big reactions at this 24 spot. We have a pretty nice looking gamma profile set up here to get through it this time. Our target would be a move into 35.40 quickly, and then above 40 can see 50. But first, we got to see if we can push through this 24. Pay us, pay us, pay us, and we can take a break till the end of the session. Nice job on Tesla. Bisbee, 390s, 550 to 18, really nice. Let's take a picture of this. There we go, S&P, boom, boom, boom. Guys, we're getting paid on these 150%. Beautiful speed up as well. I'm all out at 1150 here. 174%. It was a good trade. Really good trade, just purely off the positioning there. Kind of makes me wonder if like this spreads account. I'll keep just doing spreads probably, but what I really think it should be is a gamma account, because there's days where like I wouldn't really want to play spreads aggressively in this environment, because you can quickly, if we would have sold lower, there's just no friction. Like it's super thin below us and we could have sold pretty fast. That's not really an environment you want to be, selling spreads, at least in my opinion. These types of environments are better for directionals, because you get these speed ups. You can see these, moves happen a little bit quicker. And then also, I know that we're in a supportive profile, so it's hard for the shorts. But if we say it was suppressive, and it was that light below us, puts could pay really, really well. So you don't really want to play call spreads. So I don't know, I'm kind of torn, because I know a lot of people are looking for spreads, but really it's kind of a gamma channel in some ways. But anyways, we'll think about it. For now, keep it spreads. We can also trade equities too with spreads. Those that want a little bit less, a little bit more conservative types of plays, I should say. I have a model that I really want to test for spreads on equities too, based off ATR. I think it could be a really, really profitable model. Just haven't done it yet, so I'm not going to say too much about what exactly it is. It's not that complicated, but I think it could be really good. All right, guys and gals, nice trade on SPX there. We do have, let's just look at the positioning again. We got the supportive setups. I mean, this is trend trend variables to the upside. If buyers lose it, watch 7,400, 7,410. If you lose that spot, then the downside can pick up quickly. But that's a very, that's a if then statement. Right now, buyers are in control in a supportive environment with a pull toward that 40. So we are seeing the 30 position close out a bit here. So if that thins up, we get to 40, then you see you got resistance sitting at 45.55. But then on dips, you would see that be supported below with the 40 position, which the 40 position just grew actually. Let me see before I I'm going to take a break. The 50s are pretty darn cheap for a roll up. So I might just throw that on as just a pure roll up play, risking like 10% of profits. I would like a little, we just did get a little dip. I should have done it then. Because we could get a move into 55, but that might happen a little later in the session. So let's see, 50. As long as this holds, we're looking good. So the premiums are pretty cheap, honestly. So I'm just gonna send a roll up here. I'm not really worried about the timing, guys. This is for context in the account challenge. The TWI account we made. Let me just alert this real quick. 450. So for context, made $1,150, risking 175 on this roll up. So it can go to zero, it doesn't matter, risking like 10% of profits. But if we do get a pop in the 50, those can easily triple or quadruple. So it's worth having some kind of positioning on for that because of the profile that we have. All right, I am going to take a break and step away for a little bit. I'll be watching out of pocket and we'll call out anything that I see, but I'm going to step away from the stream here. So good session so far. I'll check in a little bit closer to the close. All right, guys. See ya.
It's on that pop actually. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of things here. So there we go. All right, now I'll hold that. Yeah, those premiums move fast, but it's because of the volatility. And I just played the 400 break, but the PM high kind of check back. Daily, we've regained the 403. It's a huge level. It's the gap up low on earnings. Anybody catch that at all? Maybe even before me. I might have seen that a little late, but it's always risky to play these plays. But I like Dell. It's a pretty clear kind of like this is bad, this is good. Yeah, Tesla is just unbelievable, right? It's one of those days. If this is real, Tesla, we haven't even started yet. Okay, so if you feel like you've kind of missed out, you know, you could feel okay about, you know, the next few days. Bisbee, did you catch that at all? That's a nice trade, I think. Real nice trade. Getting continuation here. Premium's not moving on this move, so be cautious. What's up, Alex? Where you been, sir? You've been busy, I'm sure. Oh, maybe in the Hamptons, you Wall Street guys. Probably on his boat right now, off the coast of Montauk, trading SPX 0DT with us, with us normal people. I don't even know if you can hear me, or anyone for that matter, but. Or 15. Let's see if we can get to 418. No. Bit of divergence here, guys. Delta divergence on all time frames, but the 10. The previous 10-minute candle was diverging, but the 30 and the 15 right now are into these highs. So let's see if that plays out. Let's go, MP. Good alignment. So it's Chucky. The how do we say? It's bearish, right? Because the candles are green and it's diverging on the delta to the downside. But you know, I just want to caveat that with we are in a trend up day today, so just be a little cautious here. Because I do think we can move towards 50, but there could be a little bit of a scalp maybe to the downside. Maybe 5 points. Guys, SpaceX back to the IPO close test, guys. It's a huge move, SpaceX. Big, 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 big SpaceX. If we can move above here, guys, it's a huge. Hey, we need above this 161, and then there's not a whole lot until that 175. It's a really fantastic turn here so far. I think Alex is listening to me. Ali, well done trading Dell there. You got in before me. Well done. So Dell like basically tagged that 9-day moving average near that 15, 14 area. So technically this is resistance. I'm just gonna swing the rest of this position because why not? All right, guys, I'm out. I'll be right back. Okay, in a bit. Not a whole lot going on.